Good evening. It's November 16th, 2021. This was the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. If the board secretary could call the roll, please.
Mrs. Stufen?
Present.
Mr. Collins?
Here.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman here. Mrs. Caforio?
Here. We have 5 board members present, 2 absent. The board will be going into closed session for, if someone could make a motion, please.
I move that the board move into the closed session for the purposes of appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. The purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired. 5 ILCS 122C5. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Litigation when an action affecting or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I second. Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Please call the vote. Go ahead.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman, yes. Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays. The board is going into closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. It is Tuesday, November 16th, 2021. There are 5 board members present and 2 absent. The board has been in closed session since 5:45 for items listed on the agenda. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. In accordance with Board Policy 2.230, members of the public may provide public comment at the meeting. The public will be allocated up to 3 minutes per speaker. The board president has set up to 30 minutes as a length of time for public comment. Board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district's website, and electronic public viewing can be found at Board Docs by clicking on the video button. For those of you who need a mask, they're on the podium, and at this time I would ask that you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. So tonight, it's November, and the season of Thanksgiving is upon us, and we are here with a full boardroom with great reasons to be thankful. So we have a great high school. Sometimes it's easy to get lost in the negativity that is around us and in the media, but tonight we are here to celebrate. We have great students, great teachers, great staff, great coaches, great communities, all who make our schools excellent. Many times at the board table, we talk about academics and that we are in the top 3% of Illinois high schools, according to U.S. News and World Report. We get to celebrate music, arts, the many clubs and their volunteer efforts, and at times, as tonight, teams of one of our 31 athletic teams. Actually, 2 teams tonight. All right. We have business incubator accomplishments, manufacturing labs, a restaurant, and also foreign language achievements. We celebrate many of those things as much as we can in this boardroom, and we have so much to be thankful for as a community that our efforts and our resources create this amazing opportunity for the thousands of students that go through York High School. So as we begin, tonight we're going to celebrate 2 of our teams. And great teams are built over time. Last year, many of you had a very compromised season, and yet you persevered. You practiced, you ran, you did soccer drills. Sorry, I don't know. And you kept, yes, those are official. And you worked through all the noise and all the changes. And the coaches that are here, you found ways to run those athletic programs the moment that you were given the go-ahead. That is not lost on those of us sitting here and those of us in the community, that your work and discipline over the last 18, 20 months is what got you here to this amazing feat that we got. It's one thing to win a state title on, it's amazing on any front, but it's another to win it after a pandemic, and 2 of them. So you have brought so much pride to this community and excitement. I've gotten so many calls of people going, what is happening over there? It's so exciting. So as we celebrate you, I hope you know that we recognize how hard it was for you to get here. And we also thank the parents who supported their kids to help them persevere to get to this great moment. So with that, I'm going to ask that the York High School soccer team come up, and the coaches. First time ever. Please stand, right in the middle, so we can oh yeah, well, you go. We'll get a picture after. Oh, they're already getting pictures. And if our coaches would come up to the podium. Okay, you have to stand. You have to stay there. All right, you have to stay there. And now if the coach, are you going to say anything first? And then we have Mr. Collins from the board is going to recognize you.
Wow. That's all I can say. First of all, this group of kids, I'm Coach Jordan Stopka, by the way. This group of kids, when we first came together, even back in, as we were saying earlier, in COVID, 2020, in the middle of the summer when all we could do was run. These kids from the start never complained, never had any ill will or anything towards any of their teammates. They worked hard for each other. And the word I keep hearing from them is family. To be honest with you, it was a privilege and a pleasure to be coaching this group of fine young men. They surprise me every single day with their tenacity and their never give up attitude. A lot of times, especially when it's your first time, people don't really look at you and they kind of go, wow, how did York get there? Well, you want to know what? We got there and we let them know that we were a little bit better than them. So I'd like to thank the school board, the community, District 205. Everything's been phenomenal. We've had so much support in the community, and we definitely couldn't have done it without you guys. And thank you very much. This was a heck of a season. Thank you.
Hope you don't mind if I rearrange a little. That's better. You know, first I want to congratulate Rob Wagner and his entire athletic department on an absolutely phenomenal year. I mean, there are a few high schools that could replicate 2 state championship teams in 1 year. So congratulations. You know, secondly, you know, why do we spend our resources on high school sports? I think both of these teams, ladies and gentlemen, will for their entire lives now completely understand the rewards of hard work, team building, and team chemistry, and what all of those mean to success. And I think that is a life lesson that they will carry with them forever. And with that, I have a proclamation to read. Whereas, maybe that's a little better. Whereas the hard work, dedication, sportsmanship, talent, and exceptional team chemistry of the 2021 York High School boys soccer team has enabled these student athletes to earn a state championship title. And whereas winning the 2021 Class 4A Illinois High School Athletic Association State Championship brought honor to York High School and Elmhurst at a state and national level. And whereas athletes, and forgive me if I screw up your names, I'm doing the best I can. Eric Barishman, Cole Dakoff, Drew Ebner, Kevin Gliatis, Brendan Haran, Joe Hernandez, Gustavo Herrera, Jose Herrera, Casper Janowski, Ryder Cole, Anthony Krumov, Matthew Barton, Aiden McGovern, Neil McGovern, Ian Morales, Sam Musial, Kevin O'Connor, Cameron Oder, Daniel Placentia, am I close? Sorry. Alan Rivas, Frank Rafanro, not even close. And Henry Yomarai, a little closer. And head coach Jordan Sopka.
And Connor Bear. I'm sorry.
And,
I messed it up. Connor Bear as well.
all right. All right. I got a little bit more of this proclamation, so just bear with me. Whereas head coach Jordan Sopka, assistant coach David Alvarez, managers Sophia Malagan, Evelyn Popka, I'm sorry. All right, help me out. Yeah, let's not forget how important the managers of the team are, and the entire coaching staff, team member parents, faculty, and student body at York High School were integral in guiding the team to victory through their unwavering support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the coaches for their outstanding achievements. Now I have a, you know what, rather than making you either line up in alphabetical order because there's your name tag on each of these, how about, Coach, if I hand these to you? Save some time. But we are going to ask you to go around the board table. We can start with the managers and make a loop around here and give us all a fist bump so we can personally congratulate each and every one of you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. What an achievement.
All right. Next up is yeah, there you go. Okay. Now we get to celebrate another state championship. So if we could have the girls cross country team come up and stand in the middle here, and the coaches. Woo! All right, so if the coaches maybe are you going to say anything there? And then we have board member Karen Stufen will do the recognition.
Hi, I'm Coach DeAngelis, and I just want to say that this is an amazing group of young ladies. Not only are they fast on the course, but they truly are family. They are best friends, and that's what has made the past 2 years so special. You know, coming off of COVID, these girls ran an undefeated season last year, unofficially won that unofficial state meet last year, and then came back ranked #1 all season and didn't let it get to them. They are fierce competitors, they're confident, they work together, and they are only as strong as their pack. I am so impressed with each one of them, and I truly love each one of these athletes. I do want to say thank you to the parental support on the team. Definitely could not have done it without these amazing parents. The community, this is an amazing running community, so we always feel that support. The York administrative team, Rob Wagner, Nicole Young in athletics, and of course the Board of Education, we appreciate your support. So thank you so much and congratulations, ladies.
Well, congratulations, ladies. I know we said first ever for the boys soccer, but you know what? It's kind of the first time for you guys because it's been a while. And how exciting is that? I know that as your coach said, we are a running team. I remember being part of the parent community that started running even at the elementary schools. So that's a great thing. And so we have always had tradition of, great cross country. But it's been since 2002. So congratulations, ladies. Nice job to bring it back home. So we'll see that you're on another trend, right? We had a trend going from 97 up through 2002. So here we go. We just started a new trend. So congratulations, ladies. So here's a proclamation. Whereas the hard work, dedication, sportsmanship, talent, and exceptional team chemistry, family of this team and 2021 York High School girls cross country team has enabled these student athletes to earn a state championship title. And whereas winning the 2021 Class 3A Illinois High School Association State Championship brought honor to York High School, to Elmhurst, to the state and nation. And whereas athletes Catherine Klemek, Bria Bennis, Brooke Berger, Caitlin Winton, Maggie Owens, Allison Fitzgibbons, Bella Swanson, Shannon Farrow, Charlotte Reedy, Erin Powers, Lily Beralter, slaughtered that, sorry. Sounds like from the Chuckles. Anna McGrail, and Sophia Stoddard completed and earned first place in the state. Thank you. And Michaela Quinn, sorry. Michaela, thank you, Coach. Whereas head coach Lauren DeAngelis, assistant coaches Jimmy Kalb and Ashley Tucker, and the entire coaching staff, team member parents, faculty, and student body at York High School were integral in guiding the team to victory through their unwavering support. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and the administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the coaches for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations again, ladies. Congratulations. All right, so I also have packets for each one of the athletes. Coaches, if you could distribute them. But ladies, if you'll go around again and do the fist bumps, we'd love to congratulate you personally. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you.
right.
Do that
So-
more often.
Yeah. We have a request. Could we do that more often with winning state championships, you know? Just
No pressure.
Yeah, thank you. All right, next we have a very special spotlight tonight from Hawthorne School. So, oh, there. Sorry, I was like, where? I'm like,
So one of our district goals for 21-22 school year is to celebrate the strength and demonstrate the pride in D205 students, staff, and schools. You have seen that already this evening. Tonight we have a special guest here and a team from Hawthorne Elementary School, accompanied by Assistant Principal Schumacher and Principal Reardon.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. We are excited to be here. We brought two students to celebrate a fundraiser that they did. So Kevin Fazzini, who's in 5th grade, and Emma Bars decided to do a Make-A-Wish fundraiser. So Kevin is a 5th grader, and he wanted to, make his mark, this being his last year at Hawthorne. So his mom came to me in the beginning of September with an idea that he had, and Kevin and Emma are both childhood cancer survivors, and they were both recipients of a wish. Off to the side over here, we have Samantha Schreiber, who is a Make-A-Wish representative, who's also went to Hawthorne Elementary School, so that's pretty cool. So thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. So the way the fundraiser worked was students had the opportunity to purchase stars. And as you can see on their poster, we had posters like this up around the school. And at the bottom of the poster, you'll notice they have 3 different types of stars. The yellow star on the left was an opportunity for students to put their name, and that was a $1 star. The 2 other stars that are gold, those were $5 stars. One was the option for in memory of, and the other one is in support of, and people wrote people who they were honoring who had either fighting through cancer or had passed from cancer. So our goal was $1,500. It was a 2-week fundraiser. With the help of their parents, we sold the stars during lunch and recess. It was a 2-hour period, and we are happy to say that we raised $1,800 and exceeded our goal. We are obviously very proud of Kevin and Emma, not only for their fights that they've experienced throughout their lives, but the fact that they took the opportunity to give back. So with the type of money that we raised, I learned through the process that Make-A-Wish does a lot of trips. Typically the most common one seems to be Disney, like that's one that they talk about. But with the money that they raised, one of the other common types of wishes that they grant is that kids will have a room makeover. So this money will be able to, that was donated, will be able to do a makeover of a room for one child. So we're very proud of them, and I think they deserve a hand from everybody. So Kevin and Emma, you're going to come around. We're going to do the elbow bump with... Oh, we're going to do the
After a
pictures first,
picture.
and then we'll do the bumps.
And just also, yeah, you two are some pretty special kids. You two are some pretty special kids, not just for what you've overcome yourself, but that you wanted to give back to others and help others, and that's amazing. And state champions are great, but you've just shown how big your hearts are. So we are so happy to celebrate you, and thank you for that. And I'm sure that there's some little girl or boy that'll be so happy to get their room redone because of you. Okay, so as we move to the next part of the agenda, I have a couple things that all right, can you hear me in the back? No. Okay, I need a different mic.
How's that one?
You might want to get a different one too.
Can you hear me? Yeah, it's not this one.
Okay, is that better? Okay. All right. Can I take my... In recent months, inquiries regarding curriculum and political bias in schools have increased. As members of the Board of Education, we wish to comment on how we address these topics through our policies, with the goal of engaging our students in a curriculum that teaches them how to think, not what to think. The board understands that public education's role is to focus on encouraging rigorous learning, fostering an understanding of different perspectives, and nurturing respect for one another. Our policies reflect these expectations. Policy 6.80, Instruction, Teaching of Controversial Issues, specifically indicates that discussion of controversial issues should be age appropriate, serve an educational purpose consistent with the curriculum, and present a balanced view. However, the opportunity to study controversial issues does not constitute endorsement of either side of an issue by the district. This policy reflects our belief that lessons should be balanced and focused on teaching analytical thinking, which helps students understand how to engage in a rich dialogue aligned to the Illinois learning standards. Our policies are reviewed on a regular cycle by our policy committee and the full Board of Education. The policy committee researches policy issues and provides information and recommendations to the board. It is the expectation of the Board of Education that all students and staff within the organization adhere to board policy. By definition, the role and the responsibility of the administration is to ensure the actions, operations, and resources of the district adhere to the policies in place. We want to reassure our community that we value all feedback that we receive, regardless of the viewpoint being expressed. We also encourage all members of our school community to maintain a constructive dialogue, even when the issues become difficult, and to set a good example, a strong example, for our kids on how to discuss challenging topics. As a Board of Education, we ask for your continued partnership as we work together to provide all of our students with the highest quality, rigorous, comprehensive education that Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 is known for. One that encourages rigorous learning, an understanding of different perspectives, and nurtures respect for each other. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is public comments, and I have a little something to read as well. All right. Tonight, we've moved to the public comment section of our meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Education where we, as a representative body of our entire community, conduct the board's business in public. Part of the public process is the allocation of time to hear from members of our community during public comments. Public comment is an opportunity for community members to speak regarding items on this agenda, communications, petitions, and reports. Public comment is not a place to discuss specific students and or employees, even if referenced in a positive manner. We have established a chain of command which is available on the District 205 website and provides contacts within the organization for our community members to reach out with specific questions or concerns, including those regarding specific students and or employees. Public comments from those in our community are valued and considered as we make decisions. But please know that at this time, we listen intently to the comments presented and will not respond. If a follow-up conversation is deemed necessary, you will be contacted by either members of the board or administration. There are challenges that exist, and difficult conversations are necessary at times. It is expected that each speaker, as a representative of our community, be respectful and courteous when sharing your comments. We've put in the following process to provide a fair opportunity for each of our speakers. We've allotted 30 minutes. We ask that when you come to the podium, you provide your name, first and last name, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. You will be alerted when you have 30 seconds left, and we ask that you begin to wrap up. Because we have a list of speakers, we're going to call the first one and the second so that we can immediately begin the second speaker as soon as the first one is finished. Okay? All right, so with that, I'll turn it over to the board secretary who will call up the speakers.
Mrs. Pachowski is first. Mrs. Lewis is second.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, board members, and D205 administration for all the tireless work you do. I myself was 11 or 12 years old when my own father served on our local school board, and I know that this can often be a thankless job, so on behalf of my family to yours, thank you. I'm here tonight in a message of positivity and gratitude. My name is Mandy Pachowski, and I am the mother of 2 Field Elementary School students and 1 Sandburg student. This has been a challenging almost 2 years for us all, but I have to say I am grateful. My children are happy, healthy, and thriving. Yes, we have some catching up to do, but we have never been happier. First of all, I'd like to focus on Field School's teachers and our amazing principal. Their level of commitment and engagement with our children has never wavered. My daughter's confidence has improved under the nurturing guidance of her field teachers. Even at 10 years old, she's learning to think critically, and when she gets to present how she arrives at her conclusion, I've never heard her more proud in an academic setting. My youngest is a child of routine. He has always struggled with change and the start of the new school year. I'm proud, and most importantly, he would be very proud, to tell you he's learned the tools at age 9 to take a deep breath, relax himself, and tackle what's ahead when it's unknown. These are not your typical math and reading skills that are evaluated on paper through testing, but I'm here to share these things because they are just as important. My oldest started middle school at Sandburg in August. This is my child who never really enjoyed school and only loved sports. He has always been motivated by things outside of academics. His amazing orchestra teacher has helped cultivate a love of the violin and an appreciation of classical music. His enthusiastic, cool teachers for science and math have him challenging himself in ways he never thought possible. As again, a child who didn't enjoy school, he's now pushing himself to take algebra next year. This is not because of his father and I, but because of his committed teachers at Sandburg that have found ways to reach him and ignite that fire to learn and push himself. I didn't grow up in D205, but my husband did. I never dreamed I would raise children outside of the community where I grew up. But as I stand here today, I wouldn't have it any other way. Consider me a personal cheerleader for the D205 teachers and staff.
30 seconds.
I'm so very pleased with the education my children are receiving. And to D205 teachers, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Behind Ms. Lewis will be Mr. Hall.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Clara Lewis. I am a York graduate and an Elmhurst resident. I am speaking on behalf of over 400 York alumni, current students, and community members. We are asking the school board to publicly support York faculty who are under attack in local press and on social media for teaching high-quality Illinois state standards-based curriculum. 2 York alumni, Haley Vatch 05 and Corey McKenzie 02, circulated a letter that has been signed by York alumni asking the board to publicly support the York Humanities faculty who help their students think critically and see the world expansively. We alumni are asking, Is the school board willing to publicly state its support for York educators who are dedicated to high-quality Illinois state standard-based curriculum, which asks students to grapple with a range of perspectives on history and current issues, and as such, contributes to York's stated mission to provide an education that enables all students to become lifelong learners who respect the diversity of others. The past 2 years have shown our community the crucial role of York teachers. These are the teachers who have made York one of the best high schools in the state, if not the country. And we would not be able to make this proud claim and bring together a strong Elmhurst community without the work of our York teachers. They have worked tirelessly through challenging and unprecedented conditions to help students learn and grow and stay safe. Over 400 proud York alumni from the graduating classes of 1966 through 2021, from occupations including attorneys, medical professionals, teachers, researchers, finance professionals, nonprofit staff, and more, agree. York teachers have done so much to nurture and support our growth into adults who want to make the world a better place and who care about treating each other with dignity and respect. The teachers deserve public support from not only the community, but from the school board. We ask the school board to make a public statement in support of York educators and faculty. Thank you very much for your time, and if I may, I will pass out written copies of over 400 signatures from York alumni stating their support for York teachers. Thank you.
After Mr. Hall, Ms. Warren.
Speaking on behalf of Elmhurst Teachers Council, we encourage a healthy community dialogue about curriculum. However, we would ask that the dialogue stay focused on the curriculum that is aligned with ISBEA state standards and refrain from personal attacks on teachers. Thank you.
After Ms. Warren, Mr. Nardini.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Campbell and members of the board. My name is Mrs. Susan O'Donnell Warren. I'm the mother of 3 recent York graduates, and I'm here to support the faculty. I owe them a debt that I can never repay for the excellence of education all 3 of my children received. I thank them for their kindness. I thank them for their unbelievable dedication. But if I had to single out just one thing, I would say that whether we were talking about math or science or sports or American history, the York faculty taught my children that when you have a choice between being comfortable and complacent in your ignorance or being challenged in the truth, we choose the truth. And to that, my children continue to owe everything. And I thank the York faculty for that. I would like to read a letter from an amazing York graduate from 1996. This is a young man who ran track and was the secretary of the Honors Society and went on to a 4-year scholarship, graduated with high honors, and joined Teach for America. 25 years later, he is still a much decorated teacher in Houston. His name is James Sheridan. And James says, the critical thinking skills that I learned at York High School from 1992 to 1996 under my wonderful teachers shaped me into the critical thinker that I am today. I'm grateful to have read Howard Zinn's People's History and Elie Wiesel's Night in U.S. History. I have to have read Alice Walker's The Color Purple and Cry the Beloved Country in modern word literature, to have read August Wilson's Fences and There Are No Children Here by Alex Kotlowitz in English Honors. In addition to learning perspective beyond my own, it is the responsibility of a great high school like York to defend its teachers, to defend its curriculum, and to confront misguided attempts to bully staff and courses. If the mission of York High School, my alma mater, is truly to enable all students to become lifelong learners who respect the diversity of others, leadership is required.
30 seconds.
I urge you to stand for the quality of education that York provides. Stand with your teachers and your courses, and students who are learning what previous students did not get the chance to learn about slavery, Jim Crow, and the civil rights movement and the sundown laws. Knowledge is power. Thank you.
After Mr. Nardini, Ms. Hill.
Hi, everybody. My name's Guido Nardini. I grew up in Elmhurst. I went to York. I have two boys at Bryan. I've spoken here a bunch, and similar to other times that I've been here, I want to thank you guys for your time. You do closed session stuff. You do a whole lot of stuff, and I'm sure that this half hour is always your least favorite half hour of having to do all your volunteer work. So thank you for your time. You dealt with COVID, and now you're dealing with sort of this rabid school board stuff that's going around the nation that you see from USA Today to everywhere. And there hasn't been anything in Elmhurst, no death threats, no doxing, well, one doxing, but in general, this is a community that I'm pretty proud, that I'm really proud of. I grew up here, so I'd like to think that this is a community that can rise above some of the embarrassing warthog stuff we've seen in the news. I've never encountered weird curriculum or inappropriate curriculum with my kids. I love my kids. I'm sure every parent loves his kids. If I did encounter that curriculum, it sure would make me mad, and I sure would want to find out about it and understand what my kid is being taught and why. There are channels to do that. You have an appropriate course to do that. You don't announce somebody's name in public, especially when the person's name that you should be announcing would be the administrator or the department head. That's the appropriate thing to do. Everybody is entitled to make sure that their kid is educated in the way that they want. Whether it's in a parochial school or homeschooling, they're in charge of their kid's education. But approved curriculum doesn't get changed mid-season. You talk to a department chair and you make and if they see it fit, they make accommodations for it. I had Mr. Hyde in AP History at York. It was one of the toughest classes I had. It was the first feeling of a college-style class. Every student taught the class for one day. And I remember realizing, so each student got a subject from the course of, I think, pre-Civil War to World War II. And everybody had a subject to teach that day, and then the exams were held upon all that knowledge that was taught from one student to another. And I remember realizing that Mr. Hyde was talking about how the Civil War was a states' rights issue more than it was a slavery issue.
30 seconds.
And it dawned on me that it sort of enlightened me or lit a fire under my ass, thinking, sure, it's states' rights, but there's got to be a whole lot about slavery in those states' rights. And I remember in that high school experience sort of figuring out my adult way and understanding how to read and critically source things and make my own decisions. I hope that continues. Thank you for all your time.
After Ms. Hill, Ms. Fernandez.
Hi, my name is Julie Hill. I graduated from York in '97 as Julie Patty. My husband is a York alumni. My mom recently retired from working at York High School a couple years ago. I loved my education, what it's given to me and my family. I'm a liberal tree hugger who became an engineer and joined Big Oil to change from within. And I failed. And I never left the industry because I felt my skills at preventing crises were good for the planet. So I want you to understand that what I say next comes from years of successfully working with others with very differing viewpoints from myself. Everyone is biased. Textbooks in schools are biased towards the status quo. Some teachers have a conservative bias, some teachers have a liberal bias, but they all do the best to be fair and care for our children. But if we as parents start controlling how they teach, all we will accomplish is losing the ones who care the most. We can't escape the bias of people who are influencing our children. The best we can do is to understand those biases, and where we don't agree, point them out. And hey, even when we do agree, maybe we should probably sit down and read the Fountainhead together and discuss the salient points we think are right and wrong. This is called critical thinking, and it's the best gift that we can give to our children. Teachers are one source of influence. If you are worried about your children's liberal influences, you can take them out of government-sponsored schools and activities and shelter them forever, or you can do the opposite. Expose them to lots of different influencers in church, music, sports coaches, crazy uncles, Howard Zinn, Ayn Rand, and show them how each of these people have different biases and how that affects the choices they make and the lives they lead. As parents, we must teach our kids how to think for themselves and draw their own conclusions, not protect them from information we don't agree with. Let's view teachers as a great tool for learning, inside and outside the classrooms. Let's give our teachers the freedom we grant to all professionals to do their jobs without being micromanaged by amateurs. And let's teach our kids to question everything they learn in school, online, at band camp, and, since no parent is perfect, even at home.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
After Ms. Fernandez, Ms. Butterly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joana Fernandez, and I am here on behalf of my husband, Phil, and our kids, Leopoldo, 6th grader Brian, and Rafaelo, 4th grader Jefferson. For the past few months, we have witnessed consistent attacks on D205 teachers, staff, administrators, and board members. You have been called names, accused of being biased, accused of not teaching our kids during COVID, harassed on social media, and so on. At the same time, health safety measures such as COVID protocols and parts of the curriculum are under attack, SEL, history, and health classes. And the attacks continue with requests to ban certain books from school libraries. This is not just an attack on D205, but an attack to public education, to raising well-rounded critical thinkers because a certain privileged section of our community feels uncomfortable. We moved to Elmhurst for the schools, and we live in Elmhurst because of the schools. Our kids are educated every day by amazing teachers, and we could not be more thankful for them. Some days our teachers and school staff spend more time with our kids than we do. They help us raise our kids. We could not do it without them. When we struggle as parents, the first one we reach out for help are our teacher friends. I know I don't have this parenting thing figured out. If any of you has the manual, I'd be happy to take a copy. Today, we are here to say thank you to all of you, from our custodians to lunch ladies to teachers, aides, nurses, front office staff, principals, to all of you in this room, and to all the D205 staff we don't even know exist. You are all making an impact, a positive one, and we will not allow a few entitled members of the community to shadow that. We are here to stand up for all D205 staff that offer amazing education to our kids. Social emotional learning is extremely important for our kids, especially after almost 2 years of COVID. Learning history and having uncomfortable conversations are key elements to developing critical thinkers. Being uncomfortable is a huge part of progress as an individual and as a community. So as parents, we embrace tough subjects and school lessons that open doors for great conversations at home. It is important that we understand our past so we can do better in the future and treat others with integrity and respect, no matter what color or background. During parent-teacher conferences, we thank one of our teachers for including books with diverse characters in her class.
30 seconds.
Her comment was, "We want to make sure all students can find themselves in those books." I will end by saying thank you, D205 teachers, for offering quality education to our kids. We are proud to be a parent in this district, and we will support you whichever way we can. And one of my proudest moments this year is when I walked into my child's elementary school, and my 9-year-old put on his locker proudly that he comes from 3 countries, although he was born in the United States.
After Miss Butterly, Miss Yu.
Hi, my name is Bridget Butterly, and I have 3 kids in the district, 1 in elementary, 1 in middle school, and 1 in high school. I wanted to provide comment today about student health and safety because of all the difficult decisions that district leadership has to make. While still those decisions that will help protect the health, safety, and well-being of students while still challenging should be like no-brainers. In my mind, nothing is more detrimental to the health, safety, and well-being of a young student than to deny who they are, deny where they came from, or to deny their history. So I am begging the board and district leadership to continue to do the hard work of making sure that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a focus across the curriculum at all levels. No matter how loud the voices become fighting against it, please remain focused on student health and safety and the importance of DE&I in the curriculum from science to English to social studies to history and everything in between. I suppose that adults should be sort of upset about what kids are learning today. I know I was upset that I learned about the attack on Black Wall Street in Tulsa from a comic book show on HBO. When I very recently learned about the Rosewood Massacre from a true crime podcast, I was pretty embarrassed that I didn't know about these events. Things like redlining, the bias and culmination of events that led to the Stonewall riots, internment of Japanese Americans, the treatment of indigenous children, the list goes on. Well, I am pretty mad that I didn't learn about these things as part of my early education. I am thrilled that the outstanding teachers of this district are teaching a wide-ranging curriculum that encourages my kids to think critically and ask questions. I would say to some of the adults in this room and this community, perhaps for the first time in your lives, you are learning about painful things in our nation's history that you had never been told by the people you trust the most, your parents and your teachers. It's probably not their fault either, because they learn the same thing from, from their parents and teachers. Whatever the case may be, it's very difficult and potentially traumatic, but we have to deal with it. What we can't do is pass that nonsense and willful ignorance onto the next generation. So I am again begging this board to support our teachers and the work they do to turn our kids into critical thinkers, something that is an absolutely essential life skill now. And quite frankly, silence from this board and district leadership is no longer an option as our teachers continue to be attacked. I am asking you, as the leaders and key decision makers for our district, please lead with empathy.
30 seconds.
And remain strong advocates for student health and safety and well-being, even when those voices fighting against it are the loudest. Make no mistake, to deny the difficult parts of our history is to deny the very existence of those who have been shaped by it. Thank you for your time and service to this community.
After Miss Yu, Miss Davis.
Good evening. Thank you to Dr. Campbell, school board members, esteemed staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ina Yu, and I am a District 205 parent with 2 sons at Jackson Elementary School. They're a little too young yet to be at York High School, and I really do want to speak on behalf of past York students. I'm going to read an excerpted comments from another York High School graduate from the class of 1996. Her name is Amanda Ruddy. And this is what she says. In my first year global studies class, we were expected to review current news articles every week and not only be prepared to speak about the content, but also about the sources we had consulted. In Miss Joan Davis's AP US History course, I was fortunate enough to engage in detailed examinations of key moments in American history, consulting a wide variety of sources, including Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. It taught me more complex and a challenging version of US history. But Ms. Davis and the text itself also taught me that all history is someone's version and how to be aware of an author's perspective and bias as I formulated my own analysis. The curriculum I experienced in her class and others at York demanded that we learn how to think. And do you know what happened when I did? Did it make me hate myself or America or any other nonsense we hear spouted about critical race theory or more inclusive curricula these days? Not at all. It inspired me to want to help America realize its full potential of liberty and justice for all. It also meant that I arrived at college, graduate school, and every step of my career better equipped than most of my peers to do the hard work of realizing that vision. Today, Amanda Reddy, I am the executive director of a national nonprofit. I regularly speak with and have an opportunity to share my expertise with elected officials and high-level administrators in key governmental agencies. I help leaders at the state and local level understand the costs and benefits of different policy options and how to implement them more effectively and equitably. I know how to analyze and think critically about complex, multidisciplinary information to formulate and articulate an opinion about it while also acknowledging my own bias, to consider the arguments and perspectives of people who disagree with me, to weigh potential unintended consequences of different courses of action, and to update my thinking when new information is presented. I also know how to respectfully engage in debate and conversation about my ideas, and to foster productive conversations that deepen understanding instead of divides. These are all skills that the curriculum at York helped me learn and practice, and I would hope that the York community would take some pride in owning that part in that.
30 seconds.
Ms. DiTomaso and her colleagues should be celebrated, congratulated, encouraged, and supported. I urge you to publicly support the curriculum of York, teachers like Ms. DiTomaso, and the rest of the York faculty.
So you please not use names. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Ms. Davis, Mr. Fensky.
Good evening, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak before you tonight. I was mentioned by the last speaker, so I am Ms. Davis, who taught social studies at York High School for over 25 years, and I'm giving a big shout out to one of my students, Miss Campbell. As they say, once a Duke, always a Duke. So I'm really glad to be back here and be able to address you. York High School is and was an amazing place. Over 25 years ago, York High School created a diversity program for our students at York, many of which were students of color who were very isolated and marginalized at the school. We started a program called Reality, Realizing Equality and Equity Through Individuality with Youth, a name that the students came up with. And for many years, that was an open door to kids who felt marginalized at York. It is a predominantly white student body, but it is a school that respects and honors all students and all student voices. That's what I'm so proud of, that we still do that, and we did that over 20 years ago. The curriculum that has been accused of being biased is truly an important, strong curriculum that is designed first and foremost to develop critical thinking skills in young people. You have before you comments by over close to 400 students, or selected comments from the 400 students who signed that letter. And please, please, I implore you to not shove this somewhere in a desk and not look at it. Please read those comments. What the York Social Studies and English departments specifically have been doing for 30 plus years is teaching young people that everybody's voice matters, that you must teach an inclusive type of history. You must force students to be able to use evidence to support their points of view. You must make a safe, comfortable classroom for all students, regardless of what they think. You must expose them to multiple sources. This is what we do at York. This is what we have been doing for over 30 years. This is what we must continue to do. And I want to implore this board to issue a public statement supporting all the teachers who work so hard to educate Elmhurst children. They have endured a brutal year of COVID restrictions. They are tired. They are stressed. They are barely hanging in there.
3 minutes.
When teachers are baselessly and publicly attacked and names smeared in the press using names, addresses, where people live, this must not be tolerated, and the board must publicly condemn it.
Thank
you.
After Mr. Fensky, Ms. Baker.
Good evening.
After Mr. Fensky, Ms. Baker.
Good evening. I want to thank the board for allowing us this time to speak about important public issues. I didn't go to York. I had 2 children that went to York many, many years ago, and they've both developed into fine, upstanding young citizens. One teaches biology at Willowbrook, and the other is a social worker in Neal Park Schools. My mom, however, taught at York, and I spent a lot of time here when I was fairly small, and so I have a sort of special place in my heart for York. But I want to say that it's very difficult to be here today to talk about the sort of things that people have been talking about. In 1964, I went to Mississippi, to Macomb, Mississippi, to register voters during the Freedom Summer. And I went there shortly after the bodies of 3 civil rights workers who had been tortured and murdered by what was essentially a death squad of local law enforcement people had been found. And when I arrived in Mississippi, or when we, the volunteers, arrived in Mississippi, we would go to the FBI office in Jackson, Mississippi, and register with them. And the FBI agents in Jackson told us that they weren't there to offer us any protection. They were there so that they could record the information and know where to send our bodies at the end of the summer. So it's not like I'm not familiar with the consequences of this kind of attack on people's integrity and on the integrity of education and democratic societies. My wife and I would like to express our unconditional support for the Zinn American History curriculum at York High School. We've both read Zinn's award-winning People's History of the United States some time ago and found it to be a fascinating and insightful account of the popular struggles that made this country. We do not doubt that a curriculum based on this sort of historical investigation is a fine presentation of the subject for citizens of a democracy.
30 seconds.
There is an incorrect idea that you can teach history in a neutral way. Whatever amount of account of the past you make, you are expressing a point of view on what was important. If you teach from the point of view of the privileged and the powerful, then you are endorsing their values and choices. If, however, you teach from the point of view of ordinary folks struggling to survive, you get an entirely different story. You cannot give equal weight to both the perspective of the slave and the slave master. As citizens and property owners of Elmhurst whose children attended York High School, we want to be clear that we reject any attempt to misconstrue the Zinn curriculum as alien or contrary to interests of the students.
3
In
minutes.
a democracy,
Thank you.
controversy and healthy discussion is a good thing. But ad hominem attacks based on mischaracterization of another's position are not helpful or pertinent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker after Ms. Baker is Mr. Baker, and that will be our final public speaker for the night.
Okay. Hi, members of the Elmhurst Community Unit School Board District 205 and Superintendent Campbell.
Could you come closer to the microphone?
I was quite moved by the all of the speakers so far.
Could you just move closer to the microphone so we could hear you a
ve-
little better?
I was
Thank
very
you.
moved by many of the stories and the speakers so far. I'm a 40-year resident of Elmhurst. Both of my sons graduated from York High School, and we're fortunate to participate in Miss Davis's class in American history. I'm appalled. I'm appalled.
Ms. Baker,
and
continue, please.
I'm sorry?
Continue, please.
Yeah. I'm appalled and saddened that the District 205 Board of Education and Administration have not yet publicly supported the York High School history teachers and the well-developed curriculum they have been using for more than 20 years. Undeniably, you're not wearing a mask, so you have no right to speak.
Ms. Baker, continue.
Undeniably, every citizen is entitled to speak publicly about matters that impact public education, but allegations of a bias and communist tendencies and indoctrination have been publicly made to intimidate teachers. Anyone who has studied history can see this for what it is. I believe it's the responsibility of the Superintendent and Board of Education to publicly stand up for the teachers who are under attack, who we have entrusted to help students develop into critical thinkers, truth seekers, and good citizens. Your silence so far has spoken volumes. We say character counts in Elmhurst. Please stand up for education. Thank you.
Final speaker is Mr. Baker.
You know, I had some remarks prepared here, but it's not going to be as interesting now. I find it kind of interesting in this sense. The debate is over a teacher teaching a curriculum that some people don't like. Well, then they should stay and hear the other side and talk about it. If they're not willing to even stay and listen, is promoting what they want also promoting closed-mindedness? I have a son who has a master's degree from Harvard Medical School. I have a son who has a PhD from the University of California. I credit their intelligence, 1, to the woman I married, and 2, to your school system. They really learned how to think. Interestingly, they don't always think the way I think they should think, but that's actually a pretty good thing. Thank you for that. Well, you weren't around for that, but thank you for still marshaling the school system that taught my children how to think for themselves. I did have a quote that I did want to bring here. The unkindly spirit of the teacher is strikingly apparent. The pupils, being completely subjugated to her will, are silent and motionless. The spiritual atmosphere of the classroom is damp and chilly. It's not the kind of classroom we want. But it's not a description of anybody teaching at York High School right now. It's actually a description of the sorry state of public education in the late 1800s, at a time when the industrialists wanted subservient employees and set up a public school system to do their bidding. The curriculum was very structured. Books were banned, teachers were taking oaths. It was not a way that people learned. Thankfully, a more progressive outlook on education came, and now we are allowed to have different ways of thinking to be able to establish critical thought. Please, don't give my children, and don't give the current students, I should say,
30
my
seconds.
great-grandfather's way of thinking. I wear a mask because I'm afraid of COVID. I'm not afraid of people thinking and challenging the way people thinking, having critical thinking. I got a mask on my face, not on my mind.
All right, thank you. Again, we appreciate the comments made, and for the members who came and spoke, if you did not get an opportunity to share your comment, you're welcome to email the Board of Education. We do read and consider all of the emails that are sent to us. All right, we will move on to the next portion of our agenda.
Well, I would because I cannot see it.
Thank you.
Yep. Perfect.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Test 1 2 test.
Item B, approval of closed session minutes, October 26, 2021. Those stand as presented. All right, we have two reports and presentations. The first one is student growth and achievement highlights, part 3. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell and her administrative team.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining us for part 3. This evening, Dr. Grenz and I are going to walk you through several pieces of information and just review with you, as promised, several key performance indicators for the district related to District 205 and give you some comparisons related to neighboring school districts, along with some key takeaways. So that information will include things like 8th grade passing 8th graders. Yes. I apologize. There we go. So we are going to be taking a closer look at 8th graders passing algebra, 9th graders on track, early college coursework, and AP dual credit, those sorts of things, along with graduation rate, post-secondary enrollment. And then this is also the Board of Education meeting where you get a snapshot of our school improvement plans and what those sort of things look like and how we are working overall to improve our schools. So with that, you have already seen a great deal of information across the board from the results from the district assessments, achievement and growth, results from the state and national assessments, and what that actually looks like. And so now on slide 3, Dr. Grenz, if you could just advance that. There's a little bit of information that is still forthcoming. So the State Board of Education has not released yet all of the data for our schools. So some of that data includes, and we won't be getting growth data from year to year because there was not, there were not assessments given in 2020, but we have not received our EL data, our English learner data. We've also not received our science assessment scores, those sorts of things. But this evening you'll see up on the board right now, you see our comparison districts, those districts that we regularly compare ourselves to. That was something that you asked us to take a closer look at. So Barrington 220, Batavia 101, Naperville 203, Indian Prairie 204, St. Charles 303, and Wheaton 200. It's important to point out that those are not just the school districts that we compare ourselves to academically, but they are also the school districts that when we are negotiating salaries, we look at these districts as our comparables. So we look at them when we're looking at our teacher salaries, when we're looking at our support staff salaries, when we're looking at all sorts of different things. So we rely on them as a good indicator of where everybody's at. And then finally, Dr. Grenz is going to dive into some school improvement plans. Just a reminder on slide 5 about this announcement from the State Board of Education. And we sort of previewed this with you at the last Board of Education meeting. The data that came from school report cards, and this was sort of widely heralded in the recent weeks, has demonstrated that the data across Illinois illustrates the significant impact of COVID-19 pandemic to in-person learning on student achievement, enrollment, and attendance. And I can tell you that was not only happening in Illinois, it has been happening across the country. And so across Illinois, the data reveal higher rates of chronic absenteeism, lower rates of 9th graders on track to graduate, and steep declines in students across grade levels attaining proficiency in math and English language arts. So you have some of that data there. But our students continue to persevere and do very, very well. And so you'll start to see that a little bit here. On slide 6, you can see in the green all of the data that we do not have, which is a majority of the data. So for elementary and middle schools, in terms of our ESSA, we actually didn't get a overall score this year for any of our schools. And that's because there's not an accountability score given for any of the schools this year due to the COVID pandemic. Really because of the fact that there was not enough data gathered, so they couldn't calculate ELA or math growth. Any of the science proficiency is not in yet. The chronic absenteeism would not really be a valid or reliable measure. And so we have some of this data and we've shared it with you. On the next slide, on slide 7, is our 8th graders, is the percentage of our students in 8th grade who are passing Algebra 1 from 2019 through 21 as a comparison to other districts, as a comparison to our comparison districts. So what we know is that if our students are passing 8th grade algebra, are passing algebra by the end of their 8th grade year, that they are more likely to take a higher level math course when they're at York High School. And so what we would like to be working on, and we had some conversations about this earlier this week, is about creating some math trajectories to make sure that more students are actually taking Algebra 1 in our middle schools. The percentage fell off slightly this last school year, and there was one school district that went up really significantly. As we reached out to them, you can see it's Barrington, as we reached out to them to ask about why that was. I believe that I know why it was. As we reached out to them, they are wondering actually the same thing themselves, and they're questioning the data. In my last district that I worked in, we redesigned all of our math trajectories and math pathways. And so like in 1 year, we saw a really large jump just like that. All of a sudden, all of our 8th graders were taking Algebra 1. And so everybody was completing it in 1 year. And so that could be the reason why, but we will have more information about that at a future time. On slide 8 is the percentage of our 9th graders who are on track. You received our information at the last board meeting, and you can see that as our students, as the percentage of our students who increased, as the percentage of our 9th graders who stayed on track increased during this last year. That was not always the case across the board in some of our comparison districts. And that is really due to the fact that our staff at York High School do a really good job of making sure that there are early and often check-ins with all of our first-year students to make sure that everybody is staying on track, that when there are D's or F's in any of those classes as a first-year student, that there are also support classes that are offered to all of those students so that they can get back on track, so that by the end of the year, all of our students are passing their classes, and so that they are actually getting the appropriate number of credits at the end of the school year. This 9th grade on track is a really accurate predictor of graduation, and actually a more accurate predictor of graduation than students' previous achievement test scores. At this point, what we really need to do and make sure that we're doing, and we have already started to do it at York, is to make sure that we have drilled down into the data to really see who that 3% is. For example, now, of course, there's a different group of freshmen this year, so those numbers will be different. But to really see who that group, that 3% is, and to make sure that we continue to increase our numbers over time. On slide 9 is the percentage of students who are completing that early college coursework. Research demonstrates that students who take an AP exam and score a 3 or higher are 6 percentage points more likely to graduate from college within 4 years. So you see our percentage there, though we fell off slightly during this last year, we have increased over time. And you can see how we compare to other schools. You can see that everybody really remained pretty much in the same area, in the same ballpark over the course of this last year, or really held their own. On slide 10 is the graduation rate. And again, graduation rates have been really rather steady over the past several years, with some slight changes and slight drop-offs from year to year in some of the other districts. Again, this is an area where drilling down into the data, because as you take a closer look at it, and we talked about this at some past board meetings, as you take a closer look at it, where is that 6% coming from? So we want to make sure that it is not just our students who are students of color, or students who are students with disabilities, or our English learner students, or primarily students from those groups who are falling off and not graduating, or not graduating on time, to make sure that they have the appropriate supports in place across the board so that they are graduating on time. And then on slide 11, as we look at post-secondary enrollment, you can see how we compare across the board to our comparison districts. Again, really no surprise there that about 84% of our students enrolled in post-secondary within 12 months of graduating. And so that is pretty typical for us. Mrs. Stufan, I know that you asked at our last board meeting, how do we compare to not just the state, and we really are well above and pretty in comparison, pretty well. We compare pretty well to other schools in the area and other districts in the area. So college and university enrollment can, of course, lead to lots of great opportunities for our students. And so there is, and we are right in there, and have been right in there, and continue to refine our work in that area. So in terms of what's coming next on that slide 12, at some point in the winter, we are going to be bringing back to you some results from our district assessments. So we are going to be giving our second round of MAP assessments in January. And so that will help us to understand how our students are doing in grades kindergarten through 8 across the board. We will have more data about our freshmen on track and about how that is working. We will have probably some early results from other high school indicators and what that looks like, and we will start to continue to bring that back to you as a board. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Grenz, who's going to talk about our school improvement plans and what that has looked like this year.
Thank you, Dr. Rubenstein. Good evening, everyone. In keeping with past practices over the past several years, predating COVID-19 and many of the other practices recently, school improvement plans are typically shared with the Board of Education from an overview standpoint along with the public. Tonight you will see an overview of our school improvement plan, some school examples, and input from several of our students as it relates to their experiences this year with our areas of focus. For some perspective, the SIP process has taken various and similar approaches over the past several years. In 2018-19, we took a theory of action approach in which school goals were set in an if-then format. And years after, and most recently, we had a 100-day goal format in which more short-term and regularly monitored goals were set that focused on standards, professional learning communities, and the integration of technology. Currently, and more presently, what I will share with you this evening is a large focus on alignment to key performance indicators with a specific focus on social emotional learning, English language arts, and math. In that work, there are 4 critical component areas that you will hopefully see and have a better understanding of this evening and our new school improvement plan structure. Those are district-wide priorities, SMART goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, alignment to the key performance indicators that the board has identified, school-developed action plans for each goal, and in those areas are our district priorities, along with 2 additional areas of focus at York High School, one being course success, so that's passing rates, and then the other being engagement in school activities, extracurriculars, some of the other excellent things you already saw, for example, this evening. So what's new for 21-22? The first thing I want to point out is just an increased focus on commonalities and priorities across the district. We have a streamlined template for schools to use. There are multi-year opportunities for planning, both across different schools and then across also just instructional practices that are working to allow us to plan for not just this year, but for years ahead. Along with that are supports for the students. The focus that you will hopefully see with some examples tonight is just an increased use of student data and using that data to plan. And then also a key shift is the alignment of resources to areas of student need. And examples of some shifts within that regard focus in on devoting time for data review. So in our regularly scheduled meetings and structures that exist for engagement and collaboration across the district, we are incorporating data, talking about students specifically after the year that we've had, and then also planning for those areas of growth. With that has come an increased specificity, so drilling down into actual instructional focus areas, so things like number sense and mathematics and various English language arts topics that you'll see some examples of as well this evening. Additionally, in terms of monitoring these practices, each one of our principals has developed their own professional SMART goals with alignment to the SIP, which is the school improvement plan. We have action plans that are accessible for the first time across the district for all staff, utilizing our Google Drive. So anyone from any school can visit and dip into any school improvement plan from another school, increasing collaboration, increasing shared ideas and supports, and helping out in terms of what's working and allowing us to replicate that across the district. In terms of knowing when we achieve success, there's a helpful status column that now exists in our action planning template. And I understand that some of these things I'm sharing with you are more logistical or technical, but they are designed to set us up for success and make sure that those critical components play out and eventually impact our students. Additionally, you'll see much more quantifiable goals with, again, specific alignment to the actual key performance indicators throughout each template within each school. So for an example of the template, this is a typical model that would be applied at each school, with the exception of York, that would have 2 additional rows, one again for course success and the other for extracurriculars. What you'll see highlighted in this snapshot are the common district-wide priorities, a section for SMART goals, which the teams across each school are developing, and then specific options for teams to monitor and measure at the school level. So where it says key performance indicator, there is a section for drop-down options that has not existed in the past. And the reason I emphasize this for you tonight is these are direct reflections of the key performance indicators identified by the Board of Education, I believe in February, March, and then executed and finalized then in May. And what you'll see are a variety of options, and all of those are not used. They're there, to help the teams in their planning stages and to help them design autonomous but aligned practices across the district. For a snapshot of what is being used, in the area of social emotional learning, roughly 15% of our schools are going to utilize the 5 Essentials survey. That's a culture and climate process that comes from the University of Chicago and has been utilized for years and has also been incorporated in various elements of school improvement plans. Various survey data related to teacher implementation of practices with social emotional learning will be roughly 50% of our schools. Attendance data accounts for 15% of our schools, measuring as an area of focus within social emotional learning. In the areas of English language arts, standards-based reporting, pulling standards and assessing students' growth on those standards accounts for 31% of our schools. The use of Fontes and Pinnell as it relates to English language arts, or reading, if you will be 31%. The Illinois Assessment of Readiness is used by roughly 8% of our schools. The measure of academic progress, MAP, is utilized as a measure by 23% of our schools. Again, these are all for ELA. And then formative assessments are utilized at York. When you look at math, roughly 38% of our schools will be utilizing standards-based reporting. Again, pulling standards on the growth of students and developing a metric to measure that growth. 76% of our schools are focused on 7.6% of our schools are focused on IAR in math, 46% measuring MAP as their math growth component, and then 7.6, again, focused in on formative assessments. So while there's a series of options here, the focus currently, even just by autonomous design and the collaboration across the district, has naturally just led to areas of alignment across schools, which in the schools then have been able to start to engage in their collaboration with their action plans. So in front of you is a template example of an action plan. This is meant to showcase to you areas of focus for us as it relates to milestones. There's a section for identifying the person responsible. We've shifted again to a real focus on specificity to help teams develop and support one another, but also to make sure that we can provide supports from the district. So there's even a column that states supports and resources requested from the district office. You'll also see a status section that is meant to be a more organic and fluid document so that teams can enter this in team meetings as it relates to the SIPs and check in on their progress regularly, and then also share out on their progress across the district as the SIPs develop throughout. As an example of some of the goals in comparison to goals from the past, there are several on the left column that indicate just past SIP goal examples dating back from 2017 to 2020, and then some current SIP goal examples that are pulled at random from different schools across the district. I share this not to criticize past goals, but I do want to just highlight the degree to which we have increased focus on specific key performance indicators this year and into the future so that we can monitor, celebrate, and again, repeat that success across schools within the district to help one another continue to grow for our students. So again, just taking a moment to allow you to see some of that additional specificity that we feel exists this year in several of those goals. As an early assessment of how this work is reaching the students, which is really the ultimate outcome, is to make sure that some of those district-wide priorities actually do impact our instruction and importantly impact our students and their daily learning experiences. We took a little bit of a non-traditional approach and asked a few of our students across D205 about their experiences this year. And I want to highlight in advance of their cameos just elements of the SIP that may show up from what I just presented to you. And they're very uncanned, open responses to three key questions. And I want to just give a quick praise to, we have Kinsey from Lincoln. She's a third grader. Reese from Edison is in the 5th grade. Lillian at Churchville is in 7th grade. Owen is a York High School senior. Hannah is a York High School senior. Aaron, a York High School senior. Ace at Edison in 4th grade. Matthew at Churchville in 6th grade. And Yusuf at Churchville in 8th grade. And they were each asked in various formats, just generally, what is different this year compared to last year? What are you working on in class right now? And then what is working well for you this year? So,
Dr. Grenz, before you show this movie, just so the board can have a little bit of background, any preparation given to these students?
oh, sorry. No. Similar to me right now.
Okay.
That was a joke. No, so we pulled, we went to 3 different schools with Edison and Lincoln together. Really just wanted to, gain input from the students, see what their experiences were. It was very brief interview series, and I hope you enjoy some of their input.
Well, last year, there was COVID and stuff, so like some days we were virtual and some days we were actually at school, so it was confusing to me because it was hard to remember, oh, I'm at home this week and then next week I'm going to school, and it was hard because there was like half the class there, so I didn't really get to know my class until like the starting of the end of the year.
Last year we were like hybrid, like you're on Zoom and then you're in person, and then at one point we were all on Zoom, so you were just on your computer like the whole time. But now like you're at school, you get to interact with everyone, and I feel like being at school is better because you don't have to like be on a screen all day.
Well, I like how like we're in person this year, so like clubs and like I don't know, like clubs and like social activities like the dance, like they're in person now, so we can like kind of get back to normal now.
What I'm most excited about is being back in class again. Last year over Zoom, it was good that I was getting the education of being back in class, being able to interact with the students and the teachers and get kind of more of a hands-on learning environment is super helpful for someone like me who needs that kind of thing.
Teachers are more understanding of like students and their like need for like support. I know like a lot of my teachers have been really nice about, oh, we understand you need like a break. We understand that today's not the best day to like introduce a new topic. We're gonna have a work day. They're very understanding of how students work best. I think that whole transition of learning how to manage my time by myself and having all that asynchronous time was not the greatest for my learning personally, but it's really, in college I have an older sister, and she said like you don't have classes from 7:40 to 3:06 every day when you're in college, so I think really that personal responsibility I had to learn how to take, as well as coming back into this year, it did get overwhelming with applying to colleges and all these events and everything going on all at once, going from nothing to everything. I think it just really helped me take a step back and learn how to like take it all in, see the bigger picture. It just gave me a lot of perspective in how to manage what I have at each given time.
This year, in math, he's like, okay, you're gonna grab a partner and do this together, so it's more together than last year.
So I'm using more multiplication. I was still learning multiplication last year in 3rd grade and like getting used to it, and really just at the end of the year I just like learned division. Now I'm really getting to know division as a basic math fact.
In math, we're kind of like working on like multiplying like thousands by thousands, and that's really fun because like I'm horrible at multiplying, but learning how to multiply with the really big numbers, it's pretty fun.
I like math because I like solving equations, but I'm like not an expert on it. I just like doing it. And right now we're solving inequalities, and there's like some group work in there.
In English, we were reading some articles today. The one I read today was the scientific method. And in social studies last quarter, we were working on like westward expansion.
The FLL period in the morning was working for me a lot because I don't have to feel like in a rush to do stuff at home and balance like sports and like Arabic school and stuff like that.
I've definitely noticed that more teachers have focused on our stress level and our mental health, and I know that education abroad is kind of moving towards focusing more on that. But I do think it has been helpful, especially when we give them feedback after units on how stressful they were, or we have more or less homework on certain days, or it's split up into more project-based things. It's just more organizational and more helpful to students who need help with that. So it is beneficial, I think.
I just joined Econ Club this year and I loved it. I still love it because I took microeconomics my sophomore year and I kind of regret not being in the club earlier on. And so I wish that everybody would try something that they've been thinking about, because you're not locked in, you're not guaranteed, you don't have to stay in a club or a sport, but if you just try it, it can be one of the greatest experiences. Like I tried track my sophomore year, I absolutely love it. I wish I tried it my freshman year, but it's never too late is something else I would say. So I hope that everybody realizes that it's never too late, you can always try something new. And it doesn't have to be something that all your friends are doing, it can just be something that you want to do for yourself, because this is your high school experience, so you have to make it that way.
So some obvious wins there, I think, and just in terms of seeing smiling students that are happy to be, in school and having a very different experience than last year. But I want to drill down into one in particular that I think might go unnoticed if I don't emphasize it. So when one of the students in that interview, again, very uncanned, unplanned, mentioned that they're reading articles in English class on the scientific method, and then talked about in social studies how they just got done reading and focusing on the westward expansion, the aha moment in which I shared with the principal on that, and the principal helped me realize, is that when you look at their actual school improvement plan, when they had to design it, they had to provide a rationale for their areas of focus with English language arts. And their rationale reads as, the data is indicating our students are struggling with explaining and reasoning with complex informational text. That's the key word there, informational text. We believe by focusing on exposure to academic vocabulary through the use of complex texts, reasoning will increase. We will then see a continual increase in the percentage of our students who meet or exceed on their MAP assessment. The fact that this student, in a very unrealizing way, is learning through the SIP, and that the SIP is actually making its way from a planning stage into the classroom, into the student's experience, to me was exactly the type of response we hope to get from the students from this experience. So again, a short, quick win, but definitely something we wanted to highlight and show more of, and hopefully see and feel and actually be able to then measure and celebrate as the data increases and as obviously their learning goes up, and hopefully their joy follows with that as well. Any questions at this time, or anything we can explain further as it relates to the school improvement plan or the data presented?
Well, I just want to know how we get our algebra. Like Barrington clearly is doing something.
Yes. So we, as
I
Dr.
know that
Rubenstein
recently
mentioned,
we got all our algebra to where, like, no matter where you take algebra, it's the same class.
Absolutely.
But could you?
So we reached out. They are still verifying their data, and we're not. They didn't exactly have intellectual property rights on any of their practices just yet. So we're going to continue to collaborate. Kevin has some hypotheses on why that's taking place. We've already started some focus areas around the math sequencing. Piggybacking on the meeting that took place last week for students as they go through the transition of 6th to 7th, but even on a larger scale, looking at the trajectory and the pathway that our students take everywhere from 5th all the way through 12th, and even transition related. So those conversations are started. We don't exactly have the complete, clear, direct answer from Barrington yet, but definitely have some ideas as to how to make sure that we learn more.
Thanks. Just because, there's that, and I think it was on the slide about how important algebra is in predicting, coursework outside or,
Correct.
after high school work.
Yes.
So that's why it really caught my attention. So
Yes.
anyway.
On that same slide, it caught my, and I imagine that Barrington's going to come back as some data anomaly that doesn't really indicative of what's going on there, is what I'd assume. That's just too much of a difference. But what I am concerned, because all the rest of the comparable districts, they kind of stayed the same, right? Like they didn't really take a dive like we did. So I'd be interested in hearing how we're going to address that specifically in our classrooms and to see what progress we're making, because that's definitely concerning to me.
So you have to recognize that these are 3 different cohorts of students. So these are, 3 different grade levels now. So the 9th graders now, 9th, 10th, and 11th graders now. And so each class has a different, has a varying level of readiness for algebra each year. And so we have to know and understand that. As Dr. Grenz pointed out a little while ago, it's something that we are working on addressing through our math pathways as we look at and understand that if we want to have Algebra 1 completion as a goal for all 8th grade students, that is something that that's something that we can establish as a district, as a framework, and then work backwards from there. So we can certainly do that.
I want to add to, it's been mentioned here that, the review of data shouldn't just be a fall experience. So we are, as Kevin had pointed out, Dr. Rubenstein pointed out, in the winter going to be returning to the achievement and growth data, and that will help us see more immediate results for similar cohorts or students this year as it relates to their fall assessment, and then a winter assessment as well. So looking forward to seeing what that data produces, and then definitely using that with the staff to dive deeper into what our students need.
Because to go back to your question, though, Courtney, the reality is that in order to have a student complete algebra by the end of 8th grade year, we need to get them into that math course not at starting 8th grade year. We need to actually have them on track to complete that by really the beginning of 6th grade. So how do we get our students almost algebra ready or on track to do that at the end of 5th grade?
So I will just say, having a 7th grader now and who took the jump, right? Yep. Recommended for that jump after 6th grade. So she took the jump, and it was a hard start. But a lot of kids took that jump, right? Because I think our teachers and recognized potential. They were looking for it to push them on that track. And from what I can tell, it's been a hard year, right? Because they all skipped a year basically to bump up in the track, but the teachers are getting them there, right? Like they're doing that bridge work at the same time. And if that's what's going to get us to where we need to be, then we should consider looking, at that kind of push in the 5th grade, 6th grade. Prepare those kids for the push or the jump or the bridge. Absolutely. To get them on that track for algebra at the end of 8th.
Absolutely. And similarly, we need to be offering bridge courses over the summer for students who want to take advantage of that. Yep. And booster courses in, at all different points to.
Because I think they do that for York.
Yes.
They didn't do it for middle school, right? Because we went and got, some help.
Other things on the outside.
Yeah, just to help on this during the summer to prepare for
Exactly.
this big jump, right? Because it is a signal. Like I said, they're missing an entire year. It's all being absorbed in the next year that you're not really getting taught. And they do that for York students that are making that jump from 8th to 9th grade, a summer school class that, is it called a bridge? What is it? Is it bridge?
Summer bridge class.
Summer bridge class. So I think that we should consider that for summer for our middle school students that, at some point, maybe we won't need it because they'll already be there in 6th grade and won't have to take a bridge. But I think right now when we're trying to make this push, I think that might be something we should consider. Just thank you for the clarification on it. And then just a clarification on the 9th grade on track. That's just not math, right? That's across the board.
It's across the board.
Okay.
Yep. So it's a combination of credit hours and passing classes. So yes.
Because those are also the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders now, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I add a little bit? Sorry, Scott, I'm having a hard time hearing you over there, so if I'm going to ask a little repeat. Maybe, I don't know. But I want to go back to this 8th grade placement, and I think I want to voice that we're careful around I guess I personally don't know enough about how we're identifying students who are ready for that jump. And I worry that if we over-identified or encourage students who maybe ended up struggling a little bit too much, right, then we're kind of creating that pressure and that not so confident environment for the student to find success, right? So I actually look at this more holistically as like a K through 12 curriculum. And I look at where do we want the majority of students to end in their math in order to be college ready. And then we build it backwards from there. So if we're going to say college algebra pre-calc is by senior year, we want all students to finish at least that class, right? There'll be others that are higher for students who can be successful, but that there's that kind of baseline that we then go backwards to, rather than saying, well, 8th grade, this is what deems success and the correlation, so this is what we're going to do. I'd rather expand that view a little bit and start in the high school and work its way back. And then also make sure that the students that we're identifying for these different math tracks are challenged in a way that's very healthy, but gives them opportunities, right? And a bridge class might work for many kids, but it's also okay that we have a track for students who find math to be more challenging, who find success maybe at a slower pace, and that we have opportunities for them. I just worry about that pressure kind of cooker environment that sometimes we unintentionally can create as educators.
Well, and I will just say, I mean, that's a collaborative discussion with the teachers and the parents, right? Last year, the teachers sat down and said, let's talk about whether your child will be successful.
Yeah.
And I think that open dialogue, can release some of the pressure. I mean, we see all the 8th graders now selecting courses for York and, all right, should I take this? Should I take, you have to know your kid.
For
right?
sure.
And make the right choices. So I think that collaborative discussion has to continue. And then if that does happen, then that pressure won't be there.
For sure. I totally agree, and I'm happy to hear that that's what takes place. I'm talking about the norming among the staff when they're getting ready to have those conversations, and in their head as an educator, they're identifying those students that have that success path, right? Or that can be challenged appropriately. That's what I'm referring to. Of course, parents have and students have personal desires to challenge themselves in ways that are really healthy. And I'm not in no way trying to limit those exposures, but just thinking about it much broader, and being confident that the way we're identifying those students is something we're comfortable with, that the administrative team
Yeah,
is.
those conversations in a very similar format to what you just described are happening as well.
Good.
As well as accompanying meetings. Sorry, not just conversations, but actual planning meetings to start to
That's
see
great.
what can happen. Sorry. Not that curricular element in terms of the design and the backwards mapping, but absolutely there are elements of math that will show up throughout each. Elements of math. Well, math is a focus area in every SIP from across the district, but the curriculum design segment of that comment is more so a planning session as it relates to the different team leads involved.
Do you have something else? Do you have a question? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I have one more thing on this, and then, so just as a kind of reminder, is there still the process, like we opened the pathways a few years ago, or I don't know, I don't even know, where while you get a recommendation, but then you still you have the opportunity to move up or move down. Is that still happening, or?
I believe so. I mean, I know the meeting I referenced was Monday evening, was related to the entire math sequence, but focused more on the 6th to 7th transition.
Okay.
And there was a panel as well made up of students and parents to address some of those items. But we can follow up for sure and clarify, what that recommendation process looks like for the 8th grade piece, if helpful.
All right, Karen, you had something.
Yeah, thanks for the data. Thanks for the 3 different segments. I'm going to think about Athena's, piece of reverse engineering, right? So I'm hoping at some time we can, and I don't want to say get back to, but it is saying, what do we want to do in District 205, right? We want to have students, college and career ready, successful, whatever. Based on that, we used to show data, reverse engineering, where do students need to be here, in English, in math, and it was easier because we had the e-pass. Now that I know that we said it's going to be a little clunky because it's SAT now, but we've got English, we've got science, we've got math in SAT, so we should be able to be tracking if our students, what do we want to be, right? National leader, or even where our students are now, let's say, or have been in the recent years, and reverse engineer based on that. This is where they should be in the metrics and the testing that we do, so that we can communicate that clearly, right? That we can show our community this is what we're doing, but we can also, when you talk about the meetings that you have and the discussions that are taking place and even the data at the, with Anna's role and bringing that data and the, teachers using that, differentiating students, that all so makes sense to me, presented that way. And so I guess that's what I'm looking for, because it shows, like we used to do cohorts, so you'd see the students, as they go kindergarten, third grade, we actually do every grade, but I'm just saying, there were key points, 8th grade, freshman, junior, senior.
So Karen, to address that, I think that what we are struggling with right now is a year where we had almost no data gathered from the SAT suite and a new group of leaders at the district level and in many of our buildings who have very strong perceptions about how to utilize those data across the district. So, and so I think that give us 6 more months, give us 9 more months, and you will start to see those indicators put back into place. Both Dr. Campbell, myself, Dr. Grenz, everybody else sitting at this table have all worked in systems that are fully aligned, just like you are talking about, where almost from the time that a student enters the system to the time that a student exits our system, we have ongoing indicators of college and career readiness and whether or not they are on track. And as soon as a student gets off track, we know and can understand exactly what that looks like. We have not always, as a system, gathered that data regularly as we have needed to here. We've gathered other points of data and provided feedback to parents and families, and so we are moving towards that system here.
And that's good. I mean, even the discussion is great, and the response, because it's not a foreign language.
Absolutely.
But it took us a long time to get to that stage and really look at we are a unit district. There's so much value to that. We haven't always acted like that, and we got to that point. And so it shows, we can see when what we talked about is when we implement new programs like the ELA programs and the Eureka Math and all, or the change in where we had algebra or geometry, we said this, if we keep measuring this way, it's a lens into the district and students within the district and the performance. We can see, is it effective? In what areas maybe it isn't.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So there's a lot of reasons to do that, and I'm glad that I can have this. I can ask this question or present this or ask for it, and I get the response. And even this conversation, I think, is useful for us to share with the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, because I could hear it, different presentations, but I couldn't see it together.
Right.
Okay.
So you recognize that we have all of the map data right now. We don't have map data going back historically 3 times per year so that we could have 3 touch points. And we certainly don't have it for every grade level going back at every single point during the year. We, in the future, would like to give some additional assessments like to our 8th graders, those sorts of things. You will start to see additional pieces of assessment as our students move through the system, which will help to better align our systems.
Anything else?
I'll add something.
Okay.
Sorry. I have a couple things. Sorry, but nothing too crazy here. I just wanted to bring attention to the early college coursework 1921 slide where, we've had a nice healthy jump there too. And it'd be interesting to know why we saw that jump. And was it because we reduced prerequisites or barriers to AP exams? Maybe there was something we did in practice, or maybe just curious, what happened in that 1 to 2 years to hold the consistency over into the 21 year. Sorry. Oh, yeah.
So, so there were courses added. There was also, I actually anticipate that number to increase again as we start to focus in on, more specific data points as it relates to students and who's enrolling in the course, as well as our supports. This summer we had the Bridge program at York High School as it relates to both supporting students and then also, for lack of a better phrase, encouraging students who, maybe can potentially go into an AP course and need support to do so. So a lot of those structures exist and they're there, and I think we will start to see that data increase even more. But we can definitely dive into more, and I appreciate you highlighting just the jump that did occur, 19 to 20, I think it was. And we can definitely dig to see not only, who those students are, but why that occurred and what was the, reasoning for that success rate. And these are the conversations that we're having, which are great. Deep dives with the data, looking at actual individual students, engaging teachers, making phone calls home, developing plans. The FOT rate going up, the freshman on track 9th grade is definitely a direct result similar to that, where the, entirety of the team is just, focused in and really, really putting all the effort into making sure that it's successful. So we can dig into that data more and see, who those students are and why that jump occurred.
Okay. I got 2 more. You ready? Sorry. Did you guys?
Yeah, so Scott, if I recall correctly, we added a lot more AP classes and we offered it to more students. I thought in that same time frame. So I'd be curious to see if that was an indicator.
That
the
is
result
correct.
Of why.
Our participation rate definitely went up. I don't have that data in front of me, however, but we can definitely follow up.
Sure. And for me, it's not necessarily that I need to know the answer, but to be able to speak to and understand the data, we're entering into a lot of data analysis, right? And that's a shift for our district on a lot of levels. So as we look at that data and we understand our students in teaching and learning, it's important to be able to explain some of these things that we identify, whether the numbers are going up or down, right? That's how we understand our students and know exactly what it is that we're doing that's supporting that growth so that we can replicate it throughout, right? Or make it more consistent. Just a comment on the SIP goals. Really happy to see the change from 1720 to 2122. They went from pretty just setting an objective and making a statement, vague, to specific, student-centered, really focused on teaching and learning. And so I appreciated that shift. I just wanted to highlight that. And it really helps us focus more on individual learning goals for students or classrooms. So thank you for that. My final question is just around the comparable schools. And, so I'm going to bring the perspective of a community member, right? So when I'm looking for a home, I'm moving out of Chicago or moving to another suburb, right? I'm looking at a certain set of suburbs. And if Elmhurst is in my pool, I'm likely looking at other comparable suburbs, whether it be Hinsdale, Glen Ellen, you name it, okay? I wonder, so there's one question I have when it comes to comparables, because then I'm looking at different educational experiences, right, before I make my decision on where I'm going to live. The other question I have is around staff who move on to other districts, and where are they going? Because you had mentioned kind of the HR stuff when you mentioned identifying these schools as our comparison schools. So it just created a wonder for me, are these the right comparable schools? Or are we interested in exploring more or a wider range that might meet that community perspective or what we're looking for in an educational environment for our students, and also what our staff is looking for in an educational environment, you know, when they decide to leave or come to Elmhurst.
I don't know the history. It's a great point. I don't know the history of our comparables, but we can definitely discuss as a cabinet and come back and see if that's the right fit, specifically as it relates to, you know, varying data points. Perhaps, you know, based on the data point, there's a different district or two that makes a better fit.
Yeah, and I just want to say, so some of our colleagues over here are saying that they're unit districts, and I appreciate that, and I'm not saying we should get rid of any of these, but I'd also like to consider looking at high school to high school, because if we're looking at that reverse engineering and that high school experience to college readiness, right, then we're going backwards. So for me, that's just kind of a little bit more of a drill down focus.
Sure. I understand. Thank you.
Just something to think about. It's just something to think about.
Athena, to expand upon what you're talking about, there would also be nothing wrong with comparing ourselves to what I would term as best in class, who are the best, you know, academically the best schools in Illinois, and throw them in the pool so you know what you're shooting at. You know, I just think to have one or two of those for comparison would be worthwhile.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Then we'll move on to the facilities update. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. We appreciate, we know it's a 3-part series, again, different than the past. Hopefully it was a little more digestible and allowed for us to, you know, look into it in more depth. So I appreciate that, as well as the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, on the facilities update, what we're going to do is give a little update on 2 of the projects that are still under construction that we started last year, and then give you a little update of the upcoming projects and the bid schedule that we have in place for board approvals over the next couple months of projects we're going to start with next spring, hopefully. First one is Lincoln Elementary School. The building is really starting to take shape right now. Actually, with everything, it's all buttoned up right now. We have temporary heat in the building. We've started to do some drywalling on sheetrock on the 2nd floor. It's coming together really, really well. As you can see, that's part of the skylight and some of the interior. Most of the mechanicals for above ceiling are done on the 2nd floor. It's right on schedule. We had a couple blips in there with some of the underground storage tank, but those were no problem. We took care of them. We are right on pace right now to open up for the August of next year. You should really take a tour around the building if you looked around it. It's starting to shape up.
I literally just said the other day, I'm like, you know, we got those hard hats and we only used them the first day we got them.
Anytime you want to low, we can go out there to the trailer and go in there. So it really looks pretty cool right now. So it's exciting to see it actually come together. The top one, the York Field Turf, apologize. These pictures were actually taken last Thursday, and the contractor got a big jump on it over the weekend. So if you look at it, you know, the top right picture, that's actually all the field turf is in right now. So what they're doing is laid down, they're stitching up the panels together, putting all the field lines, the center logo on the inserts. They have the delivery today. We got the semi of all the silicone sand and the rubber pellets. It looks sharp out there. This has been a long project. This one, we did have a couple delays, but we've worked through them with the city and with our contractor, and it should be done here within 2 weeks. So it really looks great. Transition Center is with the ribbon cutting we had last night. It's a wonderful building. Hopefully we'll have some lettering for a new name that we can put up on the side of the building. And the permanent signs are coming in. There's just a couple small things, cosmetic things that we just have to fix out there, but it's a great facility. It's really nice. For the upcoming bid schedules, for the projects that we have next year, we have the Jackson, Jefferson, and Fisher additions and total renovations, along with our second new school, Field Elementary School. We've already opened up the bids for Jackson. We did those on November 4th. We're still reviewing those for lowest responsible bidder and doing a scope review. The good news, all lowest responsible bidders have been holding for the low bids. The problem is all the low bids were over our anticipated budget. So we're reviewing those right now. We're working with ICI to see why they exceeded what our expectations were, if it was because of the supply chain, because of the schedule, or if that's just business going forward. Part of that, we'll be bringing forward a recommendation on December 7th at the Finance and Operations Committee meeting, along with the initial bids for Field. Field, we're going to be opening up on December 1st. We'll still be doing some of the scope review and qualifying the low bidders, but we'll have preliminary numbers that we can present to the Finance and Operations Committee, along with pre-bid packages for some of the mechanical and electrical stuff for Jefferson and Fisher. What we've been looking at right now, or what we've been hearing, is a lot of items have long lead times. Some of these items are up to 34 months, or 34 weeks, sorry. So we're doing some pre-bid packaging, some of this, so we can get those board approved, because we know they have some long lead times, and we want to mitigate any possible delays into construction for starting school next year. And then the following ones, Jefferson and Fisher, we staggered the bids a little bit, so they'll be coming in January. We'll be bringing Jefferson to the January 25th board meeting, and then Fisher will be end of January for the bid opening, and we'll bring in February for board approval. So a lot of these, with the first set of them, will be at the Finance and Operations Committee on December 7th to go over the first initial set of bids. Any questions?
So Todd, on this last page, Fisher classroom additions, renovations, is that media center for Fisher?
Yes, it's when I say the renovations for Jefferson, Jackson, and Fisher, it would be the renovations and the corridor renovations and everything else that we have to do out there. And with Fisher, it would be interior, because we're taking existing space and converting it to the media center.
Okay, so hopefully we get better news with Jackson coming in as the first media center. That's not the big construction, right?
Yes, it was it's not compared to Jefferson and Jackson are about the same in value. Fisher is a little bit larger, and obviously Field is much larger.
Yeah, because I'm like, okay, if Jackson's coming in higher, my initial reaction is all of it's coming in higher, or maybe it's just the media centers for all the rest of the schools. Anyway, just is that, that's kind of where my head went immediately. I mean, hopefully, please prove me wrong.
And we'll have better information December 7th for the finance, as ICI, when I talked to them last night, is working through some of those, and we're actually reaching out to the lowest bidders for Jackson and comparing that of what their bid is compared to what our estimates are, and see where any individual item or something is just, glaring, saying, wow, that's it, or is it just everything as a whole? So we're evaluating those right now.
Thanks.
Todd, I appreciate that work that you're doing, and I encourage you to continue working with ICI, being on the other side and having some exposure to the bid process, I'm a little surprised to hear that they're coming in higher than anticipated, but I go back to, those original estimates, and I think we've talked about that before from 2017 and how, we're in 2021. And so for future projects, we needed ICI to update those estimates maybe sooner, but looking forward to the Finance Committee and understanding exactly where the disconnect is here.
Can you remind me when the demographic study's coming back? Chris hasn't spoken at all during this meeting, so I really wanted to make sure.
Intentionally.
I wanted to make sure you had the opportunity.
It's supposed to be back late December, January.
Late December.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I do think that information will be important in making decisions about some of these projects that we're expected to discuss and vote on.
And so the additional question that I had for Chris this afternoon to that, Courtney, was, is it possible to get some of the schools earlier than that?
Well, and can I add just one more thing about, the lead times? So knowing that things are out, and I'm sure you're doing this, 34 weeks or whatever, are we, what are we able to push up? Because, schools that are doing renovations and builds that were supposed to open in August, right? Still are missing technology and furniture orders. The schools are open, not in Elmhurst, I'm talking about generally speaking in the industry, but that they're using the old furniture, they're makeshifting technology in the classroom. So anything we can do to push those orders up, even for as far as Field or Fisher, these kind of later projects would be great. And I know you're working hard on that, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, for the furniture for these projects, we want to get our orders in January for the furniture for Lincoln and for these projects outside of Field. We want to get them in January at the latest to give us some lead time because we know furniture is out there quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're going to need more than 6 months or 8 months. That's what I'm worried about. So.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next up is the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, then could I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items. A, personnel report. B, financial report. C, ALC Schools LLC Alternative Transportation Solutions Agreement. D, 2021-22 PTA fundraising plans. E, approve posting 2021 school report card. And F, authorize the board secretary to make available for public inspection the closed session minutes and verbatim recording of the Board of Education's April 23rd, 2019, except for those portions of such minutes and recordings pertaining to the employment of employees and the sale, price, and acquisition of real estate for which the need for confidentiality treatment still exists.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. You may call the vote, please.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 yeas, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. Right, item 10, agenda action items. First up is approve the new transition center name. So some of us were able to attend the ribbon cutting last night, and it was just awesome to see that project complete. So I'll turn it over to the administration to give a little background on this item, please.
Yep. So in your board packet this evening, you have a proposal for the naming of our new transition center. So during the past several weeks, we have been working with our students at the transition center on what this could look like. So board policy actually dictates how we name buildings and rooms and what that should actually look like, and really states that all requests for the naming of facilities, auditoriums, libraries, and grounds must be presented to the superintendent through a formal letter with the reasons for the request. So I sent that letter to Dr. Campbell in October, and when we did that, it was for several reasons here. So in our presentation this evening, and I don't know who has control of the presentation here, if you can just move it forward. So there's a lovely picture of the District 205 Transition Center. And if for those of you who were not able to make it last evening, you are welcome to either come take a tour with me or with one of our students at any time you would like to do that. When we were working with our students on this transition center name, we actually went through the names of all of our schools, and we talked about how unique they were, and about how every school had a unique name, and about how the transition center did not have a very unique name, and about how it had always just been called the transition center. And about how we wanted to change that. And so as we thought about a new name, and so now we should be on slide 5, we proposed 2 different names, and the students and staff chose District 205 Bridges Transition Center. So in the world of transition, students move over bridges. So sometimes they move from high school directly into the world. That would be one bridge example. Sometimes they move from high school to transition services to the world of work, and other students move from high school to transition services to the supported world of work. And each of those 3 transition strategies or bridges from school to work is necessary if all individuals with disabilities are to move successfully to working roles. So on that next slide, transition is a bridge between the security and structure offered by the school and the opportunities and risks of adult life. Any bridge requires both a solid span and secure foundation at either end. So we talked about the need to have strong supports at York High School, and then strong supports in adult services. And the original author of all of the transition work is a woman by the name of Madeline Will, who used to be the Assistant Secretary for Education, and is married to George Will, and they have a son with a more significant disability. And she wrote the original work on this, and the word bridge appears 14 times in that original report. So we met as a team because Dr. Campbell then appointed a committee, a really informal committee of district office staff and other people to review the naming proposal. And we are bringing that to you this evening as the official proposal to name the property that the district owns at 407 West St. Charles Road as District 205 Bridges Transition Center. And so I would like to answer any questions.
All right, I'll ask for a motion, and then if anybody has any questions.
I move that the Board of Education approve the new transition center name, District 205 Bridges Transition Center, as presented.
I second.
Okay, any questions or comments? Go ahead.
I know 3 of you have talked about, last night and the open house, but it was so well attended from people from the community, future students, current students, and past students. And it was so exciting to talk to them and get their perspective. And Caleb, who I met at Edison, my first year of school liaison, was there. And I would happen to be there when he was asking his mother, so when do I get to come here? And she had to go through the years. He's like, can I pass?
Right.
And, they were just so excited from, just meeting outside before we even did the ribbon cutting to, touring the facilities and talking to them about their new space. And, I think we've been talking about Transition Center long before I started on the board, huh, Jim? And this was a great, bow on the cake. So thanks for all the work, not only in, getting the Transition Center open house ribbon cutting, but the new name, which the kids were really excited about and excited that they participated.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks. It's been a long haul. This is the final piece. And all right. Okay, if there's no other comments or questions, then please call a vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes. All right, item B, approved updated school calendar 2022-2023. If someone could give a little background on that, please. Are you awake over there?
Sorry. There we go. All right. Hi, good evening.
But your socks are great, so.
Not a problem. Thanks for having me. Yeah. So the update to the 22-23 school calendar really lies specifically in the change that Illinois has a law where there's a voting holiday that will end at the end of next year. And so that is now a legal holiday. And so we had to make that correction to the 22-23 school year calendar. And in addition to that, we had to change one of our holidays to keep the same anticipated end of the school year. So nothing changed at the end of the school year, but we do have, and I apologize, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but I believe it was a date in April. Yes, thank you. That was a holiday. It was a non-attendance day.
Institute Day or something?
No, I believe it was the front end of spring break.
No, it's April 7th. It's not.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good Friday.
Oh, so we will be in attendance
Yes.
for Good Friday.
Yes. And the committee specifically is recommending that because they did not want to shift the end of the school year. They wanted to maintain the same end date.
It's only for 1 year?
Yes.
Did this go through the committee?
This did.
I'm
Yes.
so confused by
Okay, so.
And it was
Just
unanimous
recap, and I'm
with the
sorry, 'cause
committee.
I know it's a little late. I'm a little tired,
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
just
yeah.
want to. So we have to take November 8th
Eighth,
off.
correct.
Because of a voting holiday.
It's a voting holiday.
And so in order to not make a change with the end of the year,
Because that switched from an attendance day to a non-attendance day.
the recommendation from the calendar committee is
Correct.
that we now are in school Good Friday.
Correct.
Which is not near spring break. It's at the end of April then.
Correct.
Okay.
But
So-
spring breaks in March.
Somehow I did not process the second part. I only
And
processed.
so why is this just a 1-year thing?
So the law is only a 1-year deal. So the law for election day voting was only updated for the 2022 year. So they updated it so that November
So this is not
8th.
going to be a state holiday every year?
No.
This is just this one year?
Currently, it's just for
I would
22.
just say currently.
Currently, just for 22.
They could update it again, but because of the congressional maps being a little bit late because of the census, so they moved the primary election back to June 28th, and then also November 8th made it a school holiday along with several other voting provisions.
So I understand that, and I can consume a 1-year Good Friday substitute, maybe, I think. I wonder if there are other single holidays that are non-attendance days that were considered. And if we have to go past 1 year, I would highly encourage us to review that list of single day holidays that were off of school. And although none of them will be ideal, I'd like to just open that conversation of reconsideration.
I would think, and I'm not on the calendar committee, never met anyone on the calendar committee.
I'm happy to not be on the calendar committee.
At least not knowingly, right? So I would think if the Illinois legislature continues to make election days and specific years holidays, that we would just have the end date for the school year 1 day later and continue Good Friday as a non-attendance day. Is that a reasonable assumption? I mean, I realize that this one kind of caught the calendar committee off guard, and for families that had plans to leave town on the day after the last day of school, you didn't. I've seen what happens when you move that last day, and it's not pretty. So I get that, but I would think in future years, if the legislature makes Election Day a holiday, that
I think it's, oh, sorry, go.
and maybe
I was
we
just
have
going to
more
say,
notice.
so far the information that we're getting is that this is truly just a 1 year deal. I mean, we don't know what government will do, but it sounds like it's just for the upcoming school year.
I mean, it even seems like, and I never understood the coming back to school after the winter break for Thursday, Friday. It almost seems like coming back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday would be, I'm just looking at the 2022-23 calendar year. So they're going to be off January 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, come back on January 4th, and then still preserve that Good Friday thing. But again, I think we should, I do agree that I think we should find somewhere else in the calendar year if this moving forward is going to be a annual event, is my opinion.
Definitely.
Can I make one more suggestion? I agree. Sorry, it's just an option to consider is, and I don't know, are we there's a minimum number of in-person attendance school days. Are we above that? Where are we? And I understand I'm talking about potentially an option of reducing it by 1 if we're above the state requirement, but there's just so many options that I think we would have to work through if this were to become a long-term change.
We actually, it's actually in our board policy, our number of days. Yeah. So we are right at board policy.
Yeah.
So I just want us to be clear. It is next school year that we're talking about.
Correct.
Not
22,
this
23, not 21,
We had a lot
22.
of discussion. I just want
Correct.
everybody to know.
Yes.
Next
You are
school year.
correct. 22, 23 school year, next
Thank-
school year.
Any other, well, I haven't even asked for a motion, but any other questions? Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the updated 2022-2023 school calendar as presented.
I second.
Right, any other questions or comments? I guess I would just say, how is this going to be communicated? Because this is, how is it going to be communicated? I'll just leave it at that. Like because we adopt the 3-year calendar, right? Or that's
No.
2 year.
Right now, we're only at 2.
We're at 2. Sorry.
Obviously, on the outcome of tonight's vote, we will talk to the communications department and we will message that out to families.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
I have to say I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
I don't, I just feel that there's other options. So I will leave it at that. I understand the reasoning, but I think there are other options. And so I will say that. So there are 4 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 absent. The motion passes. Right. Next item on the agenda is action regarding proposed settlement, student FY22 number 001.
I move that the Board of Education approve the settlement regarding student FY 22 number 01 based on terms and conditions discussed in closed session.
I'll second.
Okay. There will be no discussion. Please call a vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes. All right. Number 11, superintendent's communication. School year 21-22, moving forward together, update and COVID metrics.
The continued health and safety of our students, our staff, and others in our community continues to remain our top priority as we serve as a guide that we continue to review our Forward Together plan. Our plan incorporates several required elements from the Illinois State Board of Education and the Illinois Department of Public Health. But we continue to focus on providing our rigorous in-person instructional environment, which supports our students, as we've discussed tonight, socially, emotionally, as well as academically. Earlier this year, our board indicated that it would continue to review local COVID data, including the number of quarantines and in-school transmission rates, to ensure that appropriately layered mitigations were in place. The governor's executive order on August 4th, 2021, mandating the use of face masks in schools for all students, staff, and visitors superseded our ability to make decisions locally regarding that particular issue. While this executive order remains in place, we must continue to follow the face mask in schools to ensure accreditation status and the continuation of our IHSA competitive activities, which as a school community we value, as seen tonight. We are aware of the current legal proceedings against school districts related to mask and quarantines. At the same time, we are required to just follow the guidance coming from the Illinois State Board and the Illinois Department of Public Health. Our foremost concern is keeping every student in our schools engaged in healthy and a safe environment. We are hopeful that the mask mandate will end in a matter of time. Until that happens, our community must acknowledge our collective commitment to our children and come together with a common goal of supporting families through challenging situations and agreeing that the civil dialogue is the cornerstone of strong schools. As we approach the beginning of our 4th month of school, it is important that we review and that we celebrate the successes of the school district while continuing to plot a course for the near future. I have a few areas that I want to elevate of where we were in July and where we are now. At the completion of the 2021 school year, we had experienced periods of time where all of our students received instruction remotely. For most of the school year, our students received instruction through a hybrid learning format. We returned, however, to 5 days of instruction beginning in April through the end of the close of the school year. But we estimate that close to 10% of our students never attended school in person during the last school year. Where we are now, we have provided our 5 full days of instruction for every student in the district since the start of the school year and remain committed to that. As it relates to quarantines, in July, the school district reviewed the data from our 2021 school year with over 5,200 student quarantines during the entire school year. This would be approximately 144 students per week. As of this week, the health department has required quarantines for 232 students due to home situations and 42 quarantines due to exposures while at school. Importantly to note, during the last 3 weeks of school, 0 students have had close contacts have had close contacts resulting in quarantines within our school setting. Daily certification, where we were in July during the 2021 school year, all students and staff members were required to complete a daily certification. Where we are now, no such self-certification exists, though we ask people to continue to come to school without symptoms and being healthy. Mask and face coverings, where we were in July, the Board of Education endorsed a plan to encourage but not require students and staff to come to school with face masks each day. Following the August 4th, 2021 mandate of the governor, all students, staff, and visitors are required to wear face masks within schools. As it relates to our community transmission rates, where we were in July, when the board voted in July, there was low community transmission in DuPage County, 9.2 cases per day per 100,000. Community transmission currently has picked up with approximately 25.3 cases per 100,000 residents. However, in early September, these rates were at 28.6 cases per 100,000 residents, and they have fallen since then, but we continue to see that number fluctuate. As it relates to testing, I have just about 4 more indicators that I would like to speak to. In July, during the 2021 school year, the school district had piloted a mandatory saliva-based screening program in middle schools and high schools. This was discontinued in early April. Currently, as the year has ramped up, we are in process of rolling out several different types of optional testing in schools, including weekly PCR testing, symptomatic testing, rapid and PCR, as well as test to stay. Each of these programs allows for additional layers of safety and support families who wish to work with the school district and also to help support keeping healthy kids in school. As it relates to vaccinations, in July, we reported that close to 60% of our staff had reported their vaccinations, and we estimated that close to 50% of eligible students had been vaccinated. Students below the age of 11 were not able to be vaccinated. Where we are currently, 91% of our staff members have been vaccinated, and we've held 2 booster clinics. Additionally, 38% of our students are fully vaccinated, and most importantly, all students ages 5 and above are not now eligible for vaccinations. Speaking to some more of the operational and logistical items as it relates to lockers and facilities, during the last school year, students were not able to use lockers or any of the drinking fountains in the building. Many hallways were designated as one way. Currently, in schools, there is use of lockers, All students are assigned a locker in the school where the facilities are available, where the lockers are available, and all other facility restrictions have been lifted. As it relates to our athletics programs, as which we've already stated and shared earlier in our meeting, in the 2021 school year, sports were rearranged due to the IHS schedule, and some seasons were shortened. Additionally, spectators were limited in some of the indoor situations. Currently, all sports are back on track following the regular IHSA season schedule, and there are no limits on spectators. I share that information to, again, highlight the progress that has been made, the progress that we continue to make, and want to, again, thank the partnership of our families, our parents, our staff members, and the Board of Education as we have continued to move forward together and emphasize the importance of in-person learning for all of our students. That concludes my report.
Okay, thanks. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Oh, yep.
No, I would, we're parents, we're in this community, and we recognize the difference from where we are from last July, but to sit here and look at the comparisons and hear the differences, it's pretty significant. We walk through buildings, I see my kids, we saw the kids here tonight. They're happy. I mean, the morale in our buildings is just remarkable. As a parent, obviously it makes me feel so happy for the kids in our buildings, but I'm just proud of what a normal experience our students are having this year. I think about what could have been missed opportunities for this soccer team and the cross-country girls and the cross-country boys and, all these students on teams that are performing in IHSA-sanctioned events. I can't imagine not letting them have that opportunity. So I'm grateful for the hard work that's been done, and I know that you will continue doing it. So I literally just looked at that statistic this morning. 3 weeks in a row, 0 kids close contact quarantined. Think about where we were last year, talking about 5,000 students quarantined, healthy students quarantined. I mean, that's remarkable and an incredible achievement. So, and I thank you for all the work you've put into it, you and your entire team.
Thanks. I echo what Courtney is saying, and also just wanted to go just one step further on quarantines. And these numbers are fantastic because the vast majority of our kids are in school, and they're not, healthy kids are no longer being quarantined at the high rates that we experienced last year. And although there's a lot of conversation around which mitigations should or shouldn't be lifted, the mitigations that we have direct control over, Keisha, if I'm hearing this correct and reading it correct, have all been lifted. One-way hallways. So let me flip that. The 3 mitigations that still exist are the governor mandate mask wearing, right? The 3-foot social distance, 3 to 6 foot social distance in schools, right? And then 6 foot when possible when eating, right? And those 3 mitigations are what complement 0 kids or equal 0 kids close contact quarantine in our schools. And so although many of us, including myself, we might have different opinions and different thoughts about mask wearing and what's best for us personally, for our kids in school, the governor's mandate, IDPH quarantine guidelines, and close contact guidelines all move us to keeping, back to our value of we want to keep as many kids in school as possible, and therefore implementing those 3 measures is what keeps us there and what keeps our kids in the classroom with their teachers and their peers. And like Courtney said, the enthusiasm in our buildings, the turnout at the athletic events and the school dances and the fall fest in the elementary schools. That's what our community is about, and that's what we missed so much for so many months, and that's what we've regained. And that's all significantly positive. And for the students and adults who continue to need support and interventions, we're doing that too. And I thank you to you and your team for keeping our goal in sight and actually achieving quite a lofty goal. Thank you.
Can I just clarify one quick piece here? Because could we go closer in the cafeterias? Absolutely, we can go closer in our cafeterias. However, the trade-off for that is that our quarantine numbers would increase. So we are making sure that we're keeping healthy students in school. So while still being social and still allowing for students to be social. You saw, if you walk into any number of our schools, our students are being social during that lunch period and are socializing during their lunch period and are interacting with their peers. We heard loud and clear the feedback from last year about assigned seats and facing one way and doing all of those other sorts of things. That is not happening in any of our schools. And we worked with all of our principals to make sure that the lunch situation was vastly improved this school year.
So thank you for that. And is there a way, would it be okay, like, we get these emails that are, there's kind of a standard set of things that, address, like that lunch is facing one way and some of those things. Is the best way to maybe send them to you? And is there a way those families could meet with a principal of their children's school to kind of, see how lunch is? If there's, or, like work with the principal because, yeah.
So this is really, I think that what I hear you saying is, what Mrs. Arvinitis has said is we have controlled the things that are within our control.
Right.
And so what we're trying to do is to help people to understand what is really going on in our buildings. And so what I want to make sure that we do tomorrow is with Dr. Campbell and our team is to make sure that when people send messages like that, that we appropriately direct them to the places in the building where they can get appropriate answers.
Right.
And I don't know if that's Dr. Campbell or if that's me or if it's the building principal or who it is, but we will figure out who the chain of command is for each of those emails so that people can get the appropriate answers. Because I couldn't agree with you more that it's not the Board of Education, since you all have done everything that you can to make all of the changes that you possibly can.
Well, and I think it's important. I mean, I just think, I'm a parent. I have a kid in school, and, his experience is, as close to normal as I feel like it can be within what's required. But I think if there's a question, I want to make sure that families, are understanding, and there's just, we try to help them address, what they're maybe unaware of or have a perception of. And
yeah, I will like to say, too, that I know in several conversations that I've had with our principal leaders, they have done a phenomenal job with addressing those questions when they are brought directly to them and spending time explaining. And, because a lot of times there are things that have happened in the past that there are assumed that are continuing to take place and to happen, which is not always the case, and that we have evolved in our processes and our procedures have within the confinements and the guidelines. And so I will say that a lot of those questions that have come to the principals, Dr. Rubenstein as well as Dr. Grins and our entire cabinet team has spent time really supporting principals and making sure that the standardization across our buildings are as consistent as possible, and yet that we have the proper supports in place with individual families as needs might arise.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that, Keisha, because I'm back with where Kara was. We receive a lot of communication from our neighbors and community members about, making claims about what's happening in our schools. And I think that's the role that we're taking on, is that we're hoping that there's consistency, and we want to make sure that when we hear things like one-way hallways or eating facing one direction, that just figuring out if those are valid claims, and if they are, then making sure that whatever practice is happening in the buildings is in line with where we are as a board. And I think that's been made pretty clear. And so I appreciate the willingness and the work to ensure that that is normed across the district, and it's not based on school to school.
So I know that we discussed the kind of chain of command and what for it, and that resource was for parents too, right? Like if this is this is what you should do. Is that posted on the website? I'm doing a very quick search and I don't see it. Is it? I believe it was linked in one of your communications. Did it make its way to the website?
Yes,
somewhere?
it did. It should be in the website if you go under. And I don't have the computer in front of us, but yes, it is. It is posted on our website.
Is it in the moving forward together, or is it just so we can tell parents in the community?
We will identify it, and it should be linked in probably a couple of different places. So
It's under Board of Education in the introduction section.
Introduction? Okay. Oh, God, communication.
Okay, thank you for.
Yeah, so there it is. So it's under the Board of Education, and then the introduction section. There's a kind of a great chart that can help our community members know exactly who the first person, second person, third person to go to when addressing any concerns with your students.
All right. Anything else? Anybody have anything else? We're good. Thank you for all that. All right. Next item is Freedom of Information Act requests.
We received 2 curriculum FOIA requests that were granted. 1 FOIA request about a parent not in possession. 1 transportation bid vendor FOIA request that was granted. 1 school bid FOIA request not in possession, and 1 school bid FOIA request that was granted.
Okay, next item is social media highlights.
Prior to the social media highlights, Mr. Gomez, can I interrupt?
Sure.
There's one other communication that I wanted to just share, that we are celebrating School Board Appreciation Day today. ISB, Illinois Association of School Boards, designates School Board Appreciation Day each year. And so that designation was designated on Monday, November 15th of this year. And so prior to moving on to our highlights, I wanted to just take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge the school board of Elmhurst District 205. Our school board members that I affectionately call my board team, because we are a team. You all have been extremely supportive of me during the transition into this esteemed role of Elmhurst Community Unit School District Superintendent. But most importantly, you have been most supportive of our students across our entire district. Our board we want to recognize that you put in long hours without pay. And for the last 16 months, you all have worked tirelessly to ensure that our students and our staff needs are met during what has been a very challenging time. School board members play a crucial role in our schools. They promote student learning and achievement by creating a vision, establishing policies and budgets, setting clear standards, and ensuring accountability. These 7 members strive for excellence in everything that they do. They know that they can't please everyone, but in every decision they make, their number one commitment has been our students. It has been said that this is a thankless job, but Myself, along with our cabinet, we are here tonight to give our thanks to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all that you do and for all that you continue to do for our amazing school district and community. We are extremely grateful. At the conclusion of our meeting, I will share with you all a certificate. I won't pass them out now, but each has the said School Board Members Day 2021, honoring our School Board Members Day on 2021 for their dedicated leadership in education and continuing service in the children of this community. Presented by Dr. Keisha Campbell, our District Elmhurst School District 205. And this year, IASB has identified and title, which I think is so befitting, Inspiration and Leadership for our School Board Members Day of November 15th, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you for saying thank you. It's an honor to work with you as part of our team.
All right, moving on to highlight some of the posts that have been on our social media platforms. As we honored today various York athletics, girls cross country and boys soccer crowned state champs. So it's very exciting for our York High School community. And also want to mention the boys cross country finished 8th in state. So great accomplishments. Another excitement at York High School, at the York Business Incubator Lab. Mentors who are volunteers from the community are meeting with students to hear their business pitches. Mentors and teams will then be matched to work with each other throughout the year. We are so appreciative of these mentors who volunteer their time and experience to share with our students. Over at Field in first grade in Miss Kyra Holler's class, students were excited to send their Veterans Day letters out that week, or that past week. Churchville, it was a very special and moving Veterans Day ceremony at Churchville Middle School. Thank you to our veterans whose presence and stories made it memorable for our students, and to Mr. Peter Ritchie, teacher and Navy vet who helped plan the day. I know a few of us were present at the assembly and ceremony, and it was truly really special to be there. Like and follow us on our various Elmhurst D205 social media platforms, and that concludes our social media highlights.
Thank you. All right, board communications. Anybody have anything? All right, we have 2 upcoming meetings. December 1st, 2021, Board of Education Policy Committee meeting, 6:30 here in District 205 Center, and a regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 at 7 o'clock here in District 205 Center. If there is nothing else, we've come to the...
Sarah,
oh, yep.
We are attempting to schedule a Finance and Operations Committee meeting for December 7th.
Okay.
Chris, is that?
It's 5:30 p.m. and we do have all the committee members can attend, so I think
Okay.
we're confirming that.
All right,
December 7th
So
at
let's-
5:30.
So December 7th, Finance and Operations Committee, 5:30 here in District 205 Center. Okay, all right, so thank you for that. All right, we've come to the end of the agenda. If there's nothing else, then I will call the meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, and have a nice Thanksgiving.